Hey everybody, we're back at it again. Finally got the ice to melt. Still got north winds about 30 to 40 mile an hour. I'm kind of in a cove off the main lake trying to hide from the wind, but it's still super windy here. But I got rain coming in, and this is the first chance I've been able to get out in a couple of weeks because of the ice and the snow. So I'm out and I'm going to try it. May not catch anything. I don't like fishing with the north wind, but it's definitely worth a shot. I know we got rain coming for like the next 3 days. So Georgia, Lynn, hey Chunky, it is windy out here. I went out and caught fresh bait the other day and planned on coming yesterday. Yesterday it wasn't really windy, got almost up to 70 degrees, but my daughter had a bunch of frozen busted water pipes, so I spent the last 3 days fixing her plumbing. Hi Becca. Yeah, Chunky, the north wind is blowing here. 30 to 40 mile an hour. And I fish lakes, so the wind really moves the bait fish around in the lakes because there's no current. And I just never really had good luck with the north wind. I don't like fishing the north wind. Uh, I'm sure y'all probably heard the old fisherman's fable. Uh, Wind out of the east, the fish bite the least. Wind out of the west, the fish bite the west. Wind out of the south blows the hook right in the fish's mouth. And wind out of the north, only a foolish fisherman goes forth. Well, I'm that foolish fisherman. I've been locked up in the house for 2 weeks with the ice and the snow, and I just had to get out. I know Eric Burnside and uh, Mark Fishing Magician were live when I was leaving. Uh, have they caught any fish yet? Does anybody know? Hi, Rosie. Hey, Mad Catter. Welcome. What we've got, guys, I'm just trying to hide from the wind off that main lake. There's main lake's over here, and the cove comes back up in here. We got blistering north winds, but there's a creek channel that runs up through here, splits off into two smaller creeks back here, and a lot of flathead and stuff hang out in here. Uh, Usually you can catch a lot of blues. It's got that deep water channel. Some of it's 20, 25 foot deep, but it's also got shallow flats of shell rock that the fish like to move up on to feed. Uh, so I figured it'd be worth a shot to try it here. You can, in this particular spot on this lake, then fish will move up in here and you'll catch crappie, walleye, bluegill, catfish, striper. A lot of the carp and gar come up in here. You can catch just about anything in this one spot on this lake. During the spring, there's a lot of trees and stuff that's under the water you don't see, but there's a lot of stumps and cover back here, as well as that shell rock that I was talking about, and the flathead catfish love that structure, that shell rock and those stumps. Hi, Epic. I finally got back out. I'm using fresh cut shad for bait, guys. On this lake, shad is probably the best bait you can get. Uh, you can catch them on the Danny King's punch bait. There's guys that fish with liver and shrimp, but for your best results, cut shad works. And but I have caught them on goldfish and night crawlers and crawdads, and like I say, it's not the best conditions today, but I'm hoping we can catch a fish up in here and cruising around looking for a meal. That's good, Epic. You be careful driving. I've kind of got the phone up inside the vehicle to record, uh, trying to keep the wind off of it. How's the wind noise, guys? Can y'all hear pretty good? Hey, Lee Evans, how you doing? Kind of parked the vehicle and kept the phone up inside the vehicle, using it for a wind block to try and keep some of that wind off of y'all. Good, thanks, guys. Not as nice today as it was yesterday. Yesterday got up to 70 degrees. I was fixing my daughter's water pipes, and today it's about 50 north wind. We got some fronts coming through. It's supposed to have rain for the next 3 or 4 days, so I come out here, decided I'd try some fishing before I get rained out after being iced in for so long. We got shad on all four rods, so I've got two thrown back out to the north of me a little bit, and then the other two I've kind of got over here in this cove, trying different water depths, trying to see where they might be traveling at. This is really a deep water spot unless you're really up close to the bank. The water drops off real fast here. Uh, I didn't really want to fish this spot today because I've been catching most of my fish this winter in shallow water, uh, like 3 to 4 foot of water, and this is a lot deeper. But it's about the only place I had that I could get out of the wind and still be able to go live. So we're gonna try it. Went outside, washed my truck. Nothing worse than a dirty truck. Lee, I don't know about you, but every time I wash the vehicles, that's when it decides to rain. I know Eric Burnside and Fishing Magician was taking his wife fishing. They were going live as I was coming out here. I caught a little bit of Eric's, but didn't get to catch any of the Fishing Magician. Do anyone know if they've caught any fish? 2.0 caught a small one and broke the skunk. I was really kind of wanting to watch him because he was taking his wife fishing with him, and I haven't got to see him and his wife fish together yet. But I had a chance to go fishing, and this may be the only chance I get for a couple more days. So I decided to take it and get out. I've been locked up with the snow and the ice so long, I was kind of going stir crazy. We normally don't get the ice down here like they do up north. And when I went out the other day and caught me some fresh bait to come fishing, the lake was still froze over. It was solid ice, and the only place that was thawed out was inside the boathouse. They had went in there and broke it out. I went in there and caught me some fresh shad, and you could see shad and perch and stuff froze in the ice. And the seagulls out there were having a time trying to get to that shad and then perch that were frozen in the ice. That's the first time I can remember in a long time that I've ever seen the lake freeze over enough that we've got a shad kill and you could see the fish actually froze in the ice. Lee got a 20 horsepower Johnson. Lee, I agree. I see these guys going after these 200 horse motors, and man, I never had anything that big. Uh, on these lakes here with the shallow flats and the creeks and stuff, you can get you a 14-foot V bottom or something with a 10 horsepower motor and go just about anywhere you want to go. A lot of them guys get out there in them boats and they want to run wide open from one spot to another. And I'm not a bass fisherman. I'm not in no big hurry. Yeah. Yeah, Catfish and Dreams, 115 horse on your boat. Biggest one I've ever owned was I had a Merc Cruiser, 165 horse inboard outboard, and that was the biggest one I ever owned on a boat. And it was plenty. It run 60 mile an hour across the water, and you don't need to be running 60 mile an hour across the water. I was not skiing with it. I was not pulling skiers. Uh, I strictly fished out of it. It was a lot more than what I needed. Yeah, them a lot of the big outboards. Uh, it's just overkill on a boat. Uh, even now they're crossing over to the pontoons, but used to the pontoon boats when they come out, man, they put like a 70 or 80 horsepower motor on that pontoon, and they were plenty fast enough. And I mean, it's not about speed. I'm not a speed freak on the water. I'm here to fish. Especially in this lake here, there's a lot of underwater stumps. There's been a lot of people sink their boats and guys drown because they come out here and they don't know the lake and they're trying to run wide open across the water, and they'll hit one of them underwater stumps and just take the whole bottom out of the boat. Oh, we just had a bite, guys. We got him, whatever it is. Little blue. First fish of the day. I want y'all to look how fat that fish is. They are feeding up and they are thick in here. If you were eating a fish, this would be the one you'd want. I'm gonna get him back. Go on, little buddy. He didn't even manage to get our bait. We're gonna put that back out there. See what happens. Well, we didn't get skunked. That wind is blowing so hard, it's putting a big old bend in that line. That wind is so strong when that fish hit that rod, it just blowed all that slack line. I could go down there and I could feel him pulling on it. I just finally picked up the slack, got enough to where I could feel him, and he had it. I'm excited about the spring though. Y'all see how fat his stomach was? He has been feeding good. If we can get some good warm weather and get that north wind out of here, it'll start turning these fish on. They'll start pulling up into them shallow mud flats and stuff to spawn, and the fish bite will be on. Hi, Sabrina. How are you doing? Becca, glad to see you made it back. Well, I'm satisfied, guys. That was worth the trip out of here. I already caught one fish. That's more than I would have caught on the couch sitting at the house. I've kind of got cabin fever after being locked up in there for 2 weeks with the snow and the ice. I know I'm driving my wife insane because she won't come fishing when it's real windy and cold like this. And if I'm not fishing, I'm watching all the guys on YouTube, and I kind of get on her nerves. She's like, I don't want to watch everyone else catch fish when I can't. So she's probably glad to have me out of the house for a little bit today. And that fish there was on my shallowest rod. It was the one closest to the bank. So far this year, I've not caught one of my winter catfish out in the deep water. All of them I've caught, even the 20 and 30 pounders, have been up in shallow water. Well, we got the first fish out of the way. Now we just need the bigger ones to come on. Like I say, this place does have deep water. It's got a lot of underwater cover, and there are some big fish that travel back in here. One of the biggest stripers I've ever caught out of this lake has come right back in this little cove. So some fish will get chasing that shad. They'll push them up in this cove, and they pin them in here and go to feeding on them. And there's times there's so many of them in here, and the fish are feeding on them. They're on the top of the water. It makes it look like the water's boiling. There's so many shad in here with them fish. There's lots of baits you can use here to catch fish, but gizzard shad is the native bait fish. And in my opinion, it is by far the best bait you can have out here. Yeah, Art, I did. How you doing? In the springtime, y'all will see me use some live bluegill, and I'll also use some crawdads in here, especially if the creeks are up and started flooding and running that fresh water in. Uh, Sometimes crawdads in this lake can be a killer bait. I'm doing good, Art. How you been? This wind is absolutely brutal out here. If that wind wasn't blowing so hard today, 50-degree temperature, it'd be nice out here. It's that wind that's really killing it. And I'm not going to complain about the rain coming because we do need to get these lakes and these creeks up. So a lot of times, especially at the start of the spring, when that rain hits, uh, it'll warm it up. It'll raise the water temperature. And after we just had all that ice and finally got the ice melted off here, we get that fresh, warm water running into this lake. It'll turn them fish on and get them started. There goes another one, guys. Another fish on. He's not a monster, though. Good fish. Come here, little buddy. Covered in mud. All that mud on the side. Look at their stomachs. You cannot tell how fat that fish is. Guys, it's time to be fishing. These fish are coming out of that winter pattern. They're going to start feeding up. about a 7-pound fish on a 4-pound body. He is just rolling fat. We're gonna get him back, get me another piece of bait. We're gonna go after another one. Yeah, they're all blues that I'm catching. This one, you can tell he's got lots of mud on him. He's coming up out of that deep water and that mud feeding. Tell your daddy I'm up here. He hit that big old body piece of shad. I could still put that on there, but I got plenty of fresh bait. I'm gonna let them have that, and I'm gonna stick another piece of bait on here. I don't try and recycle my bait. I bring plenty. And anytime I catch a fish on a bait, I like to put fresh bait out there. Yeah, Lynn, you definitely do. We've been live 27 minutes, and that's the second one already. And if you can tell by the size of their stomach, they are just packing the shad in. They are feeding aggressive. They're just rolling fat. Right now, you catch a 20-pound fish that's feeding like that, and he'll push 30 and 35 pounds just because they're gorging themselves. Spirit animal, yeah. I'm gonna get this thrown back out there. We'll go after another one. Put a headpiece on it this time. We'll see what happens. I had them rods spread out. I've got some over here in this cove. I've also got some off of this point. We've caught fish in both places, which tells me them fish are really traveling looking for that food right now. And you can tell by the size of their stomachs how rolling fat they are that they're definitely on the hunt. They're definitely feeding up. Used to catch big flatheads out of a muddy bog over there at Lane. Yeah, flatheads are probably my favorite catfish to catch just because of the raw power. Uh, I love catching the big blues. Uh, I wouldn't mind getting into some of the big channel cats. but I do love the flathead just because of the way they fight and they just stick to that bottom. And every move of their tail, you can feel it surge in that raw. It's just a raw power they have that I think has got all of us addicted to them. Usually, all it takes is one. You catch one flathead, and you're fishing for flathead the rest of your life. Hi, Maurice. Glad to see you come in. And Lynn, anytime you want to come to Oklahoma, you get in these neck of the woods, or anybody else for that matter. Y'all's coming down here and looking for advice or information or anything, y'all just hit me up. I'm glad to share spots and knowledge with anybody. I love to see everybody catch fish, even if it's not me. I just enjoy it. Tried to get my wife to come out with me today, but she won't hardly fish in this wind. She watches this later and sees them fish. She'll be kind of mad at me, but I bet she's enjoying a little piece of quiet, having the house to herself right now. Yeah, there is nothing quite like a flathead. Sometimes that flathead, he'll sit there and play with that bait. And a lot of people get frustrated and they think it's a little deep fish. And they'll reel in and pull the bait away from that fish to where if you will just leave it there, he will eventually take the bait. I've seen them get the bait in their mouth and just lay there in that one spot, not swim off, not move. They just lay there. Yeah, it'll be warm soon. I'm ready. Today wouldn't have been bad if it wouldn't have been, 35, 40 mile an hour winds. It's blowing hard here. Yeah. Funny thing is, everyone thinks it's your little fish that sit there and peck like that, but I have had some big, big fish just take the bait and sit there, and you won't even know they're on the line till you go to reel in and check your bait or something, and they just been laying there hanging on to it this whole time. Yeah, catfish and greens with live bait, they're a little more aggressive, uh, especially with the live shad and the live bluegill. This spot here, I love fishing it, And I love fishing back up in these creeks where I know there's stumps in the spring with the live bluegill, just because I know there's flathead that are cruising it and coming out from under these rocks. And you'll be sitting there and your float will be there 1 minute and you'll just see it, boom, it's gone. When they hit it, they take it with force. Uh, you better have good rod holders and don't ever lay your pole on the ground, because I promise you, before you can get to it, they will jerk your rod in the water and it will not be a happy time for you. Hey, Aaron, moon comes up at 3:35 today. I've already caught 2 fish, and that was more than I was expecting. I'm out of the house, getting some sun. Got a seagull perched on a stump out here in the water in front of me. He's just sitting out there killing. Kind of been excited, been watching the mail. I won some of those drifting weights from Jimmy from Fishing and Gear and Santee Drifters. Uh, Mailed me out some of those drifting weights. I've got some spots out here on these lakes and stuff that have a lot of rock. And in a boat, you can fish them easy because you're throwing up under the rocks. But from the bank, you have to come back over the rocks and you snag up and break off a lot. So I'm excited to take some of those drifting weights from Santee Drifters and go try the rocks for flathead this spring and see how they work. Yeah, I hear people talk about those suckers catfishing dreams, and I even watched one of Epic's videos where he went down there and uh, catching them, and I've heard about the creek chubs and stuff, but I don't really have them down here, and I've learned a lot of different baits for catfish and stuff that I would have never even thought about uh, from the catfish community on YouTube, watching different people's channels, and like eel. I had never even thought about anyone fishing with eel until I watched Chunky. And my wife always asked me, "Why are you watching all these different shows and watching these guys fishing and stuff?" And it's like because I learn from watching them. Yeah, Lynn, I've never got to use Moon Eye. I don't have skipjack down here where I'm at, uh, but I see Steve Douglas and a lot of other guys catching them, and I would like to come up and hit the river system just to catch the skipjack and stuff and fish with them. Warmouth and suckers are crack for flatheads. Catfish and dreams. What's a warmouth? You got to remember, I'm an Oklahoma redneck down here. Y'all kind of have to explain all these other species to me because I've never seen them. It's a type of sunfish. Down here we have like the bluegill. Pumpkin seeds are real popular. Boy, them pumpkin seeds make great flathead bait up here. So that bright orange on them. Uh, I just call them all perch or bluegill. Yeah, sunfish. We've got a spot where I take the lady to catch bluegills and stuff for my flathead bait and stuff. And it's a spring fed creek. And man, they are in there so thick, but they are so aggressive. As soon as her hook hits the water, man, they're gone with it. She loves it. I love to take her out there with the box of worms and just let her catch them. But the hard part is getting her to stop. Uh, Once she gets started, she doesn't really want to quit. We take our grandkids out there and let them catch the perch and stuff there. And it's a lot of fun. Looks like a green sunfish, but it's different. Yeah, there's lots of stuff I don't know and I haven't seen. We've had another bite, guys. He's not on there, but I'll definitely have to reel that in and check the bait because it's got lots of slack in it. I'm gonna give it a little bit though. Uh, Last year was the first year I caught one. It They said it was a rock bass. It had the body and stuff of a bluegill, but had scales like a bass. And I had never seen one before. And there was an old man fishing there on the dock beside me, and I had never seen one. And he's like, "That's a rock bass." He's like, "We have them up north by New York and stuff." He said they're common up there, but I had never seen one till that day. uh, Cut shad, fresh cut shad is the bait. That's our main bait fish. That and the perch and bluegill and stuff in this lake, and it's hard to beat. Hey, Big Slim, welcome. Uh, Most of the time, if I can find it, you'll see me fishing with fresh shad. It is my preferred bait, except in the springtime. I'll mix it up with the shad and bluegill or for my flathead. I'm gonna reel this one in and check the bait on it. It had a lot of slack in it, and I don't want to leave it out there with any bait. Make sure it didn't turn that circle hook back into the bait. I don't want to miss one. Our bait was still on it and still good. I moved it up to a little bit shallower up on that rock flat. Uh, Sometimes it's big rock flat out here in the front of me. When they're feeding, you'll catch them traveling back and forth over that rock flat in the shallows. We're going to give it a shot. Hey, Donald, thanks for joining us. Nothing big yet, Donald. Have caught two smaller ones, which is fine with me. Better than sitting at the house not catching nothing. These fish are just rolling fat, so I'm kind of just waiting, putting in the time, and with these smaller ones up in here feeding and gorging like that, there's the bigger ones are in here with them too. So we're just going to weed out the little ones till we get one of the big ones. I know they're in here. Usually I see a lot of sandhill cranes up in here fishing and stuff, but I don't see them today. They're kind of hiding. This wind may be too much for them. This wind is something else. Take your dad fishing. Guys, never pass up an opportunity to take somebody fishing. Your boy Troy, welcome. Anytime you have a chance to take somebody fishing and share the love of the sport and outdoors with them, I recommend doing it, especially the elderly and the kids, because you never know when that might be their last trip, their last memory. Take some of the slack out of it. Way I look at it, this old world is full of negativity. If I can do something to make somebody's life a little bit easier and bring joy into their life, I'm going to do it. I've always taken people fishing and hunting and just to get them out, get them to enjoy it. All right, fish, we're ready for another one. Been about 20 minutes since our last fish. I did miss that one bite, but about time for another one. You'll know when the bite's on, guys, in the spring. Uh, I'll be doing lives. You won't see 4 rods. you'll see one rod because most of the time you can't keep four rods in the water. When the bite's on here and they're feeding good, uh, one rod will give you all the work you want. This lake is just plumb full of catfish and a bunch of big slab crappie. But you can catch just about every species of fish: the walleye, the striper, the hybrid, sand bass, crappie, uh, perch or bluegill, drum, carp, gar, flathead, channel cat, and blue catfish. Water in this lake is kind of a dark, murky, muddy color. It stays that way, and it's plumb full of gizzard shad, and the fish really do good here. Uh, they have plenty of food, uh, plenty of cover. They just thrive in this lake. The Corps of Engineers does a great job keeping fish in the lake and making sure it's taken care of. The walleye fishing has gotten better and better and better every year, and it just keeps growing and developing. Sorry, guys, I kind of have to bend down to read the chat. I got a glare on the phone. It's peaceful out here. Seen one other guy out fishing. I went to another spot first to look and see which way the wind was blowing on the lake, and he had about 8 to 10 rods out, but he's up on the north end of the lake, and with the wind out of the north, I come down to the south end because fishing lakes and fishing for catfish, you always want to fish into the wind because the wind is what creates our current and moves the bait fish. Troy, I'm using cut gizzard shad, fresh cut shad. That's what I've got on all four rods. During the spring, you can get by with live shad. It works really good. But during the winter, cut bait seems to perform better than the rest. That fresh blood in the water, I think, uh, really puts out a lot more scent, and smaller baits and helps bring them in. So I'm not really using real small baits. Most of my baits are at least probably 2 inches. Uh, I love the shad head. The head is probably one of my favorite baits. Uh, got a seagull out here fishing in front of me. The shad is one of my go-to baits. I know a lot of guys will downsize their hooks and downsize their bait, but 8/0 circle hook is the smallest hook I use. Uh, you can tell by the fish I've landed earlier at the beginning of the live stream. Uh, 8/0 is plenty small enough, especially like now. These fish are gorging and they're storing back up after winter. That last one, you could tell he had lots of mud on him where he's been buried in the mud, but he was just rolling fat where he's feeding up. So they're starting to where they're going to get to hit the bigger baits. As Epic says, you can throw some of them donkey baits out there. Yeah, catfishing dreams. That's exactly right. The wind controls the flow of everything, kind of like the flow of life in a lake. It starts moving the photoplankton and stuff. A shad come up in there to feed on it, and the fish follow the shad. And sometimes it's a pain and it's a struggle because you'll have big whitecaps coming in and makes it harder to fish. But if you fish into the wind, you'll always have success because it's blowing that bait over there. You can see how choppy this water is out here where we're fishing, and we're actually in a cove off the main lake. Out on that main lake, it is rough, white capping. So I come back in here because the fish do the same thing. A lot of the times, instead of excuse me, instead of fighting all that strong wind and everything out there, they'll get them bait fish up on the edge of the water where the wind's blowing, and they'll push them up into them coves and stuff where it's not quite as rough, and they'll push them up in there and start feeding. I know I got to get me a set of digital scales. I need to order me a set to where I can start weighing some of these fish because I never really weigh them. I just kind of guesstimate at them. And know a lot of guys like to see the fish weighed. So I will be getting some scales in and I can weigh these. And yeah, Epic, I'm ready for some donkey baits. Yeah, catfish and dream. A lot of people tell you that bait's too big, that bait's too big, but these catfish have no trouble getting that big bait in their mouth. And people got to remember catfish are predators. They're very, very aggressive. And man, you can take a 4-inch bluegill and throw it out there, and a 3 to 4 pound fish will fight that in its mouth. So don't be afraid to throw bigger bait out there for your bigger fish. You take you a 10 or an 11-inch shad or sucker or whatever y'all like to use. Man, a 30 and 40 pound fish has no problem getting that in his mouth. Don't be afraid to use the bigger baits, especially in the springtime And when they're coming out of being in the winter and they feeding real heavy, the fish are aggressive. They will hit the bigger baits, and it's a great time to be fishing and on the water. And if y'all want to test the waters when you go out there, if you can fish with more than one rod, uh, stick you a big bait on one and a smaller bait on the other, and you'll kind of be able to tell what the fish are doing uh, by what they're hitting. They will let you know if they're not going to hit the bigger bait or not. But don't be afraid to throw the bigger bait out there and try it. And hungry catfish are very aggressive. I brought fish in and actually got them on the bank that were never hooked. They just got the bait in their mouth, and the bait was so big that when I put tension on the line, it wedged in their jaws and their mouth, and they couldn't spit the bait back out. And I would literally have to pry the bait out of their mouth on the bank, but they never got the hook in them. They just took hook and all. These catfish feed aggressively. They're kind of like me at a buffet. Yeah, catfish and dreams. Uh, like I say, even the smaller fish, they can get that big bait into their mouth. Uh, they will work at it. You will catch them here on this lake. Uh, lake fishing. Uh, like you seen the two smaller fish I caught. A lot of guys would catch them and they're like, "Oh, there's only dinks here," and they'll move. That's a mistake on these lakes. Them big fish will be right in the same schools with the smaller fish. Usually they'll come through in waves, and you may catch two or three smaller fish and then catch a nice, 30 to 70 pound fish. And the big ones are not in the lakes in numbers as the smaller ones. So sometimes you have to catch them smaller ones and weed them out to where your bait can sit there long enough for the bigger fish to get it. And there's several times you'll be out fishing. You may be catching, 2 and 3 pound fish. And then the next time the rod goes down, it's a 20 or 30 pound fish. Uh, they travel the same waters in this lake. They're all doing the same thing. They're looking for that food. So if you're fishing a spot and you're catching 7, 8 pound fish, that does not mean that's the biggest fish around. That does not mean that's all that's there. Uh, Especially in the lake with the water and the wind blowing and moving the bait, the fish are moving. And you're going to get different fish move in at different times. Uh, that's why you have lulls in the bite. In 20 minutes, we had two fish on the bank, and then we had one bite after that, and it kind of slowed down. Well, there will be another cycle of fish come through as they feed in these same areas. Same thing with crappie. Uh, that's why you notice, guys, they'll come through. We got another. I missed it. I missed that one, guys. I'm gonna put a fresh piece of bait on there. All right, I'm back. That fish was working at that bait. I should have let him take it a little more, but kind of got excited and jumped the gun. But like I was saying, guys, don't be afraid to experiment with different size baits. You'll hear people say bigger fish, bigger bait equals bigger fish. That's not always true. Uh, I have seen smaller fish get the big baits, and I've also seen big fish hit smaller baits. So don't be afraid to experiment. 110-foot deep, yeah. Catfishing dreams. Once them blues get started in there, uh, it and they start reproducing and get that lake full with that kind of depth. Uh, as long as there's good cover and you have enough bait fish for them, you can grow some monsters. Everyone thinks fish just are the same, they grow the same everywhere, and that's not true. Uh, how much water the fish has and how much food the fish has uh, help determine how large that fish can grow. He's got to have room to grow, and he's got to have a good food source. I have seen guys down here uh, starting to do the catch and release, which really gets me excited because if they go out there and they're keeping everything they catch, you can deplete a lake very quickly, and you can remove all the big fish out of it. And you don't want to do that. Uh, we want to make sure that this is here for our grandchildren and their children. So I'm really excited to see the CPR catching on down here. I know I'm ready to get another one on the bank for y'all. I've caught two and missed two. I'm about 50%. It's still a lot better than being at the house. I put my phone on do not disturb, and it still lets phone calls come through. I don't know why. Tens of millions of shad, yeah. They'll put them blues in there, catfish and greens, and you take care of them and stuff. Let them grow. You'll have some monsters in there. It's kind of a blessing. You know, people don't understand that everybody doesn't get to go out and have the opportunity to catch 30 and 40-pound fish. Uh, Guys that have been doing it their whole life sometimes take it for granted but it really is a blessing. And we have to do what we can to make sure that that opportunity is out there for others. Well, I guess one thing about the rain coming, it will warm the water up and it'll switch that wind back out of the south, I hope. Wife was telling me we got 3 or 4 days of rain coming. I didn't even watch the weather or nothing last night. I got done with my daughter's water lines and I came up there and laid down and I passed out. I never ate dinner. I didn't do anything. I just went to sleep. Wife said she come in there and uh, tried to wake me up and talk to me. She said I had a conversation with her, but I don't remember it. I was dead to the world working on my daughter's house for the last 3 days, trying to get all them water lines done, fix my old rear. One of the nights, kept my oldest granddaughter with us, and sleeping with her is like sleeping with a tornado. She's all over the bed. She takes a toll on me. I love them to death. They love their pawpaw. If you really want to know if you're getting old or not, just get you a couple of grandkids and chase after them for a while. It won't take you long to figure it out. The oldest will be 4 this year, and the youngest is fixing to be 7 months. They will wear you out. I love my grandbabies. I miss having kids. Mine are all grown, and now they're finally having grandbabies. So I'm finally getting babies again. And it's been a long time. I really missed it. Yeah, catfishing dreams. I got arthritis real bad. I got rheumatoid and psoriatic arthritis both. And 2015, they tried to get me to go on disability for it, and I wouldn't do it. And I kept working, and finally got hurt at work and hurt my back, herniated all the disc in my lower back, and then the arthritis attacked that, so that kind of put me down. Donald, I'm on Warika Lake in southern Oklahoma. It's Warika Lake, it's a great lake. Uh, you can catch just about anything here. It's really good for hybrid catfish and crappie. Uh, The walleye population is good, but I don't really fish for them a lot. But I know they're in here, and you can catch numbers of them. A lot of people come up here from Texas uh, and surrounding states to catch the crappie and go catfishing. When the crappie pull up here in the shallows and get in the rocks and the brush and stuff and start spawning, you can load up on some slabs. Hold on, if he didn't take, that's the one up on that shallow. Back. See if he comes back for it. I moved it a little bit up that shallow flat. He hit it, he just didn't hook up on it. Let it sit there a little bit and see what happens. All right, catfish. Well, that wind is blowing. Maybe a little bit smaller fish. I'm gonna let it sit there a little bit and see if it comes back for it. He definitely hit it, pop it loose, if it take the bait and run with it. Yeah, Donald, I haven't been on that. They put me on the maximum dose of methotrexate, and it wasn't enough. So they added Otezla to that and put me on pain pills. And mine's not inflammatory arthritis; it's degenerative. It's literally destroying my joint. And I just don't let it get me down. I live in pain every day, and I just kind of deal with it and go on. Too stubborn to give up. man, that wind is ripping. I see these birds flying around. I don't know how they stay up there and win like this. How does it not just blow them out of the air? Because if it's this windy down here, you can imagine what it's like a little bit higher. I think I'm gonna reel that one in that had that bite and check the bait on it, make sure the bait's good, and then I'll put it back out. You put a fish piece of bait on it. You got a fresh piece of bait on there. I'm gonna send it back out there. All right, we got fresh bait out there. We'll try it again, see what happens. I had to move my drink down here on the ground because that wind's blowing so high up here. I have to blow it off the hood. See if we can get another one to get up in here and get the bait. I've kind of been hitting at it, but not as aggressive as they were before we had that ice and snow. That ice and snow, before it come, they would just hit it and take off with it, just load the rod up and fold it over. So far today, they're not folding it over, but they are feeding. Every one of them I've caught so far have just been rolling fat. They're binge feeding. Maybe we'll get another one. There's definitely some fish up in here. We just need the right one to come along. So north wind has been a force to be reckoned with today. I was not expecting that north wind to blow like this today, but it sure is. Sure puts a big bow in your line. It is whipping that wind. For you, those of you that might not have been here at the beginning when I was talking about it, uh, Jimmy was fishing in gear, also known as Santee Drifters. He makes some drifting weights. Uh, I won a couple of them the other day, and he's shipping them out to me. I'm kind of excited to try them on some of these places on this lake that have a lot of rock, and using them for my flathead fish. Uh, you have not checked out Jimmy with Fishing and Gear, check him out. Great guy. Also, Santee Drifters is where he makes the drifting weight. Check him out. Yeah, Donald. It's been really a struggle for me because I always lifted weights, always took real good care of myself. Uh, done a lot of stupid stuff when I was younger. I shouldn't have. Kind of tortured my body, but I was always in good shape. And now that all that is hit, it's really took a toll on me. And you go from being able to do anything to not being able to do nothing. It puts an emotional strain on you, not just the physical strain, but the emotional strain. I've always worked ever since I was 14, and not being able to work and stuff, it does something to you. We got company showed up. Another vehicle pulled up down here. Be a chance to shoot the gab. At least the sun's out. That wind blowing, if that sun wasn't up, it'd be even worse. Got another one coming in. launch their kayak. There are a lot of them come down here. They like their kayaks. They're getting their kayaks up here because some crappie and stuff are in here, and they'll fish for them hybrid and stuff up here. It's probably one of the only places they can get out of the wind. Man, it is rough, even over here out of the wind. They had one little catfish in their basket. I'll set this up here closer to me. Served in the 82nd Airborne for 14 years. Yeah, I understand, Donald. It's hard, especially when it gets you to where you can't do nothing anymore. We do appreciate your service, though. I cannot say enough for the vets. A lot of them went and fought to defend this country and stuff, and they were not taken very good care of, which is sad. Maybe we can get another one to bite. These guys probably think I'm crazy over here talking to myself. But I was the only one crazy enough to be out here. A lot of times, uh, back in the back, splits off, goes into creeks both directions. It's not very deep back there, but for some reason they got all that cover. They'll stay in that cover and that weed back there. And these were the first two catfish I caught all winter out of deep water. Everything else has been 3 to 4 foot of water. Yeah, I've been over by Walker Creek and over by Wichita Ridge, catching them up in the weeds and the brush, 3 to 4 foot of water. Finally caught two here today. It's about the only spot I can get out of the wind. They've been doing good. Yeah, I had a buddy of mine. He was out here with his boat. They were fishing 30 to 40 foot of water when I was catching them in 3 and 4 foot of water. And the lake went down and all that grass and brush and stuff growed up in it. Made it hard fishing from the bank. I just thought I'm gonna try it. Sure enough, they're up in the grass up in their feeding. They are, yeah. I'm not the only one crazy enough to be down here fishing in the wind. I have two other guys showed up. They're trying to catch a fish too. Art, why aren't you out fishing today? Hey, Dan. So far, Dan, I've already caught two. Uh, they were both within the first 30 minutes when I started the stream, and I've missed several more, but they're definitely up in here, and they are rolling fat. The ones that I've caught, if you look, their bellies are just plumb full. Uh, Not the lake defrosted, they're eating the shad, and they are stuck. They're not biting as aggressive as they were before the ice and stuff, though. Today they haven't been just folding the rods over. They've been kind of hitting it, taking at it, pulling, but not really just taking off and running with it. But they're definitely feeding. Finally got cold enough in Oklahoma for a shad kill, and they are definitely taking advantage of it because they are stuffed plumb full. That north wind has been the biggest thing today. It is blowing. It wouldn't be bad down here today. The temperature up in the 50s, but you got a 30 to 40 mile an hour north wind blowing. This is one of the few places I could find off the main lake, kind of protected, that the wind wasn't just going to kill us. I've actually got the phone inside the vehicle, recording, trying to keep the wind blowing off of it. You can sure tell the shad kill went on because these fish are just butterball fat. I normally don't like fishing the north wind, guys, but it was better than sitting at the house after being trapped in there with all the ice and snow. I had a chance to get out, north wind or not. I was going to take it. Yesterday was a beautiful day. It would have been a great day to be out, but I was fixing my daughter's busted water pipes for the last 3 days. Didn't get a chance to go. Ended up getting a nasty little backlash. I'm back, guys. No, Eric Burnside was live. Did he ended up catching any fish? I had to leave the house. Right, got to watch a little bit of his before I left to come out here. I know 2.0 was fishing, the fishing magician, him and his wife. Last I heard, he had caught a small one. I don't know if he's caught any more or not. We caught them two right when we got here. Then it's kind of slowed down. Missed three or four more, but still better than sitting at home on the couch. Only catch them when we're gonna eat them. There's another one, guys. You can tell how rolling flat he is. He bit pretty good. He actually hit it like he wanted it. Got him on that headpiece, guys. I'm gonna get a fresh bait on there though. Get it back out there. Well, that was number 3 on the bank. And I missed about that many more, so it hasn't been a bad day, guys. Hey, Georgia. Thanks, Dan. Yeah, you can tell we had that shad. You see how fat that belly is on that fish? Every one of them I've caught have just been blown out of proportion like that. They have been feeding. If we get some warm weather and his water temperature comes up, they come out of that winter pattern and start that spring feeding binge, it's going to be on. These fish being rolling fat like that's got me excited for the spring bite. We are definitely feeding up though. Welcome back, Lynn. We're not catching any monsters today, but we are catching fish. So that's a good sign. So far, they've all been about the same size, about the same quality, and they're just rolling fast. You know, if they're in here feeding, though, big fish are in here feeding. Be nice to at least get a 20 before I left today. I'd like to get a hold of a 20-pounder. You were in the background driving. It's hard for me to drive and listen because I get to listen to the live streams and stuff, and I get excited, and distracted, and it makes me want to reach down and grab my phone. So I kind of have to turn it off when I'm driving because I'm too nosy and get too curious. I know you can hook the phone up to the speakers in the car and stuff, but I don't know how to do all that stuff. My wife does all that. She is my tech person. I do good to be able to talk, text, and message on my phone. We didn't have all this new fancy technology when I was growing up. This is all kind of new. Up until about 4 years ago, I'd never ever even sent an email. Then I got a job that required me to send emails back and forth. And I had to learn how to do that. That fish was a lot of fun on that little medium action ugly stick. Oh, we got one trying right here. See what he was doing. Does he's pulled on it twice. He hadn't folded it over and committed. He did it twice. As DMV would say, he's playing with my emotions. See if he's big enough to get that bait and that 10-aught circle hook in his mouth. I had to switch to this other side, kind of get that wind at my back. Yeah, Lynn, I don't know nothing about that talk to text. I know my wife says I've got it, all the GPS, all that stuff on my phone, but I don't ever mess with none of that stuff. I know she says you can turn the location on and it shows people where you're at and stuff like that, but I don't know about it. I know I bought the wife a Fiat 500 Turbo, and man, that thing had the GPS and stuff built into it. And go on a trip, that thing, it not only talked to you, but it showed you the roads. You could have 8 lanes. It showed you which lane you needed to be in, and that thing was pretty wild. Definitely don't get lost with that, but it took something to get used to. I remember when we first test drove it to buy it. My wife has a lead foot, and as soon as she was doing 70 and a 55, the car started talking to us, telling us that she was speeding and needed to reduce her speed and stuff. And I'm like, that's all right. I said, this car ain't going to call the popo on us and report us, is it? And of course, the salesman laughed. I'm like, you're going to have to turn that off because my wife speeds everywhere she goes. She's got a lead foot. She'll get tired of that car talking to her. I usually don't ride with my wife unless I have to. She scares me to death. She'll do 70 up to the stop sign and put on the brake. She's hard on brakes. I'm over there eating Xanax, trying to calm down, and she just looks at me and says, "But did you die? Just because I did not die does not mean it was a successful trip." Talk to text never really understands me. Yeah, Becca, I'd probably have that problem too. The fish pulled on that rod a couple of times, but he never committed to it. Makes me wonder because I've got it kind of throwed out here, and there's a big rock ledge up here, and where that line's entering the water, I wonder if that's fish coming over that ledge and they're hitting my line and not actually hitting the bait. Maybe it's coming into that line going back and forth. But so far, most of my fish have been coming on the shallower rod, not the one out deep. This is where it's nice to have my wife or someone fishing with me because they don't go out as far as I do, and kind of gives you all the different ranges of depth where you can kind of pinpoint where. Your hand is all gas and no brakes. Yeah. I wanted to check the bait on that one in a minute. I wasn't looking and I turned around and that thing had flat. We'll come back to this other rod. Either it hit it and didn't commit or swam into the line or something. I'm gonna let it sit there a little bit longer before I bring it in to check that bait. Something definitely hit it though. This wind is absolutely crazy. Oh yeah. All right, guys, I'll be back. I'm gonna get the gear to retie this real quick. right. I'm gonna get rid of some of this line. I can feel sprays in it. Guys, anytime you snag up or something like that, always check your line for frays. All I did was cut a little bit of that, and that way I know when I hook a big one, it's not going to break me off. Kind of show y'all my setup using a number 4, no roll sinker. Using a Mr. Catfish barrel swivel. I don't know if y'all can see that. That one's rated for like 230 pounds. I know I'm not going to catch a 230-pound catfish, but I'd rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it. What I do, guys, with this, kind of a modified, improved clinch knot. Let me show y'all that. Take it to the eye, get my tag end, and I'll twist it about 7 or 8 times. I'll run it through that eye down there where it makes the loop, bring it up, and you'll see it makes another loop here. I run it back through that top loop, and then I have to wet it and cinch it down tight. I've used this knot for years, shown to me by an old fisherman, and I have never had it fail me. Cut the tag end off. Using a 10-aught circle hook. I'm gonna look at my other circle. This one will be a little bit easier to show you. See how it's kind of got the octopus style? Still a 10-aught. I'm gonna run through, hold the tag in. This is a no-knot snail. And I'm gonna wrap it. Eight times. Some guys do 7, some guys do more. Bring it back to the back of the eye, to the front. Pull it, cinch it tight, and it is snailed. It's a really super strong snail. It holds real well, and I've had good luck with it. Then when I hook the leader to the swivel, I'm using that same improved modified clinch knot. I'll only leave about 12 to 18 inches a leader. Excuse me. Now in the springtime, I'll leave a longer leader especially with live bait, because it gives it more room to maneuver. Pull that all down tight. Cut the tag end off. All right, guys, I'm gonna get a piece of bait on here and get this back out in the water. Go back out. Got that one back out there, ready to go again. Dan, I appreciate that, but I try and like to show everybody what I'm doing. I try and teach. Uh, that way they can come out here and do the same thing I'm doing. And I know a lot of guys. I tie my clinch knot different than a lot of people. Uh, they do the improved clinch knot and just go back through that bottom loop and cinch it down. I don't. I come back through that top loop and then cinch it down, and it's a super strong knot, and it will not fail you. Yeah, help. Right now, where I'm at right now, they're all Carolina rigs. Now later, uh, you'll see me. I'll tie some and try and split it up to where I have some that are Santee Cooper rig, but I've got to have big enough uh, floats, peg floats to float the big bait, because come spring I'll be using some bigger head pieces. I'll be using baits almost the size of my hand, and the small bait floats will not float that up. That's one thing with me, guys. I'm not out here trying to prove I'm a better fisherman than anybody. I'm out here trying to share knowledge and experience and show y'all different techniques and things that I try that help me catch fish, so that you can come out here with your friends and your family and come and catch the fish. I don't have any secret spot. I don't have any secret techniques. I will put anybody on fish. There's plenty of fish in these lakes to go around. Uh, just like the gentlemen that were here fishing earlier, I noticed they had a catfish they kept in their basket. And even though I wasn't catching fish, as soon as I caught that one, they were like, "That's a nice eater." So even though I don't catch them, I offered the fish to them to where, in case they wanted it and they wanted to eat it, I was going to give them that fish, uh, just to help them. It is here, it is a resource. And as long as we don't abuse it, we can share it with others and enjoy it, and it'll stay. Yeah, catfish and fever, flint. I look at the demon dragons, but I also uh, watched a video. Uh, Peter Melhorn did a test with the demon dragon and different peg floats and stuff, even the newer demon dragons, and most of them would only float a half ounce of weight. With when you're using shad or skipjack for bait, it does not take a very big piece to get to a half ounce. And in the river, it's not that critical, because in the river you got current and it's going to help your bait float. But in the lakes with no current, you're basically relying on the buoyancy of that peg float or demon dragon or whatever you're using to get that bait suspended up off the bottom. So I just want something bigger. That way I know for sure I can put a big bait, it will still be suspended off the bottom. Because you can buy them demon dragons, and if it's not big enough to suspend your bait, you can throw it out there, and you're still fishing Carolina rigs. You just think that demon dragon's floating it, and it's not. And if you're in a boat and you're drifting or trolling, the demon dragon will work better. But in a lake, bank fishing, sitting still, uh, I need a bigger float that I know will float the weight of that bait. And it does help, guys, uh, especially in the creeks that I fish down here when it floods and springtime and the catfish running. If you Carolina rig that and it's sitting on bottom, all them leaves and stuff that are coming down that creek and that moving water will cover your bait up on bottom. With that demon dragon or your peg float, uh, that allows you to suspend your bait up in the water column, and it doesn't get covered up and hid. It's easier for the fish to find, and it will definitely produce more fish and trigger more bites under certain conditions. Just like I seen P City was fishing this morning on the Potomac, and he was in a lot of seaweed and stuff, and it was getting tangled up in his lines and stuff, and it would cover his bait up and hide it. If you have a big enough float, peg float, or a demon dragon, Santee Cooper rig, it will help reduce some of that and keep your bait more visible. Guys, I highly recommend this. Tackle companies, are in the business of selling products to people. When you hear of something new and something new hits the market, do a little research on it. Try and get some information on it before you just go spend money on it, and make sure that's what you want and you're going to be satisfied with it. You're welcome for the info, Lynn. I don't mind sharing information and trying to help everybody out. That's what we're here for. If I can help you catch more fish and help you catch bigger fish, man, I'm tickled. I love catfishing. I get very into it. Uh, Even watching the live streams and stuff, and a rod goes down and they're not paying attention, uh, I may jump up off the couch trying to get to that rod before I realize, that's on the TV. I can't do that, but I get into it. Hey, Dale, how are you doing? Glad you made it in. One thing I will say, guys, they're biting different after this shad kill, after we had that ice over. And it's been so long since we've had one that froze the lake completely over and really had a shad kill. Uh, the fish are not hitting it aggressive as they were. Before the ice and before the shad kill, they would just fold the rod over. But these fish are so fat and so fed up. Today, you'll catch them pecking at it and just pulling at it. They're just gradually playing with the bait because basically they're swimming around cleaning all this shad up. And they're just rolling fat. So they are still biting. Uh, they're just not as aggressive as they were before. So this is a learning experience for me too, guys, because I was kind of what it was going to do after the shad because we typically don't have a big shad kill. When we get ice and stuff, it may come in for a couple of days and it's gone. Uh, the ice and snow was here for 2 weeks. Everything was froze over. Uh, so it had a different impact. Uh, I don't remember anything freezing over or anything like this since back in like the 80s. But the fish are feeding. Even though they're stacked plumb full, it looks like their bellies are about to explode. They're still feeding on this shad. They're taking advantage of this free food, this easy meal. This water warms up a little bit, temperatures get up, they'll start coming out of that winter pattern and start getting ready for spring, and they will really feed. And so this shad kill, it may have happened just at the right time. We got rain and stuff. A lot of times that rain will raise the water temperature, so we may be in the next week or so, maybe in for some phenomenal fishing. That spring feeding binge may come a little better. I know when I went out to catch my fresh shad for bait, uh, even the crappie and the saw guy and stuff had moved up and were feeding on the dead shad that were floating in the water, and we were catching some nice crappie and stuff. Which I don't keep the crappie and stuff when I'm not crappie fishing. I just put them back. I was there fishing shad. But it's almost time for the crappie to start pulling up into the rocks and the trees. The catfish to start hitting the shallow flats. They'll turn that bead bag on, and it will be some fun fishing. The other two guys didn't stay and fish very long. That one kept trying to cast out. He kept backlashing his reel, and he became in trouble. Called it a fish. It's hard to throw little bitty crankbaits and stuff. This is a bass hybrid in 30 to 40 mile an hour wind. You need that wind at your back, and he was trying to cast into it. It don't work that way. All right, fish, come on. Not time for another one. So far today, it hadn't seemed to matter. We've been catching them on the headpiece and the body piece. Uh, I don't ever use the tail piece. I usually throw the tail piece away. I know a lot of guys are like, use the tail, use the tail. But I like to have something that's still got the gut pocket with it as far as a body piece. So I don't ever use the tail piece. My wife will sometimes, but to me, the tail piece just has the scent of the shad and the oil. The body piece and the head piece, you have not just the oil from the shad, but you also have the scent of the blood. So to me, I just feel like they're better baits than the tail. I'm not saying they won't catch fish. You can catch fish on them. I just think I got better odds with the head piece or a body piece that has the gut pocket. Dale, I'm in southern Oklahoma. I'm at Eureka Lake. Right now, I'm currently probably 30 minutes north of Red River and Texas state line. Come on, fishy. Oh, There he is. Got him on a headpiece. Another good one, just rolling fat. Beautiful, beautiful fish. All right, buddy. I know a lot of guys are into their trophy catfish, and that's all they care about catching is the big ones. But if you can't come out here and catch fish like that and have a good time, man, something's wrong. Because on that medium action rod, that fish right there is a blast. I will sit here and catch them all day long and be happy. It does not have to be a monster to be a successful day. I'm gonna get us another piece of bait for that. All right, let's get her back out there. Been a good day so far, guys. Out to the shop. Yeah, sometimes, Dan, you'd be surprised what you can learn from them old timers if you just sit and listen. Had a pretty good day out here today so far, guys. I kind of hope my wife isn't at home watching the live stream because I was supposed to take her fishing yesterday and uh, ended up working on the water pipes for my daughter, and it was too windy for her to come out today. Most of the time, she watches my live streams, but she said she was tired and may lay down because she didn't sleep last night. I kind of hope she does because she sees all these fish I'm catching today and she didn't get to come. I'm going to hear about not taking her yesterday when I get home. Yeah, experience definitely pays off. Something already hit that rod we just took back out there. I know I got to take this back brace off. Guys, Mother Nature is calling, so watch them rods for me while I'm gone. All right, I'm back. Yeah, Lynn, she's not going to be happy if she watches this live and see me catching all the fish I missed. I didn't take her yesterday when it was nice and pretty. I'm hoping I kind of got lucky and she was tired, sleep, and wasn't watching the live stream. Seagulls right over here in front of me looking for bait. Go ahead, buddy. I know you see that piece of shad laying there. That's the tail pieces of that shad laying on the bank behind me. So That's like one scared of. I moved them a little bit closer to it. Hey, Central Valley, how's it going? Glad you made it in. So far, all these fish have been about the exact same size, but just rolling fast. I know there's big boys that swim this water. Maybe we'll get lucky enough to get one of them big ones. Kind of keeping an eye on them seagulls to see if they're catching any shad or not. I see them start dive bombing shad, and I know the shad are in here picking up. I'll get my cast net. He's definitely smaller. Still a nice little eater. Still just plumb rolling fat. I'm gonna let him go. Get a fresh bait on here and get it back out there. I know a lot of guys downsize their hooks, guys. But as you can tell, that was a small fish, probably 2 pounds or so. He wasn't completely rolling fat. And I got him on that 10-aught hook. backwards that time. I want to get bigger, not smaller. That was probably our smallest fish of the day so far. Got some baits. If it starts picking up, bite starts picking up closer to dark. I got some big gizzard shad, probably about 11, 12 inches, probably 3, 4 inches across. I may cut up and put on there just to see if I can get a bigger one in here prowling. I know a lot of guys downsize their hooks like 5 and 6 aught circle hooks. Uh, I don't. 8 aught's the smallest I go, and as you can tell on them 10 aught hooks, you can still catch the small one. Smaller circle hook like that will help improve your hookups a lot more on the smaller ones. Like a lot of those that we had that pulled the rod and just never hooked up, we missed those. With the smaller hook and a smaller piece of bait, we probably could have hooked those too, but we're doing plenty good enough with the 8 to 10 aughts and the baits we're using. I like having the bigger hook on there because you just never know what's going to bite. And if a big one does bite, I want to make sure I've got enough line and enough hook to handle it. Traveling a lot out here on this point, back and forth over the rocks there. I haven't really caught nothing back in the cove after that. Thinking about checking the bait on it, freshening it up, throwing it back out. I'm going to go ahead and do that. It's been out here for almost 3 hours, and it's the only rod that's not really doing nothing. So I'm going to rebait it and recast. Give that a try and see if the fresh bait helps out any. Hmm. I got such a glare on this phone. Hard for me to see the chat. Hope I haven't missed anybody in chat. If there's anybody in here I missed, I'm sorry. Try and watch it and sneak up on it. I'm having to keep the phone up inside the vehicle to record to keep it out of the wind. I've got the vehicle turned, using it for a wind block. We've got 30 and 40-mile-an-hour winds today, and I'm kind of in the snow trying to get away from the wind. Might hadn't been on fire today, guys, but at least we steadily caught fish. It was pretty quick when we first got here, and it slowed down a little bit. We missed some, but there are still fish coming in here, and we're still catching. We got some ducks over here swimming our way. They're diving, catching shad and stuff. So there's lots of life in this little bitty cove right here. Seagulls. I love watching these birds and these ducks and stuff play. They're just diving down under the water, chasing bait. The seagull finally landed right beside me, and he's walking back and forth pacing over there. I know he can smell that shad. Dale, I'm in Oklahoma. I'm currently right now, I'm about 30 minutes north of Red River and the Texas state line. Uh, I'm in the very southern part of Oklahoma. Spot I'm actually fishing in today is actually Jefferson County. It's in Jefferson County. Parts of this lake are in Jefferson County, parts of them are in Stevens County, and part of them are in Coffee County. It covers three different counties. Better day than what I expected. With that north wind blowing like that and all that ice and stuff we had, Thought I might end up skunked today, but I didn't. The seagull is pretty persistent over here with me. He's about 10 yards from me. Buddy, you sure are doing a lot of work to stay in one place with this wind blowing like that. Pretty cool. I'm just staying in this little area about 10 yards from me, back and forth. Exactly, Dale. Work smarter, not harder. I heard that saying a lot, Dale, at my time at the Goodyear Tire and Rubber plant over at Lawton. It's a fresh bait. He just tore it up. We're going to stick another piece out there, get it back out there. They're definitely biting. See what that fresh head piece does. He was definitely hitting it. I just don't think he got all the bait. I think he's hitting the back of it, grabbing it back behind the hook. The way he was hitting it, pulling, almost acted like a channel cat. We're ready for another one, guys. It takes it down. That was that fresh piece of bait we put on. It hadn't been out there 10 minutes, maybe. We'll see what happens. It would be really nice out here today. If it wasn't for that wind, today would have been beautiful. Up in the 50s, which I can handle 50s, no problem. 30 to 40 mile an hour north wind, no bueno. Hey, Mike Turner, how you doing? Yes, Dale, the sun does set. We still got a couple hours, judging by the looks of that sun. I probably still got about two more hours I can fish. That's only if the fish don't bite after dark. Uh, if the fish are still biting, I got plenty of lights that I keep uh, in the vehicle at all times, just in case the fish are biting and I don't have to leave. Uh, so far, Mike, I think we've got 4 or 5 on the bank. We've missed a lot. More than that, the bite's been pretty good. Caught 2 within the first 20 minutes of being here. After that shad kill, every fish I've caught has just been rolling fat. They are stuffed plumb to their gills and they're still feeding. So that's good. I've had some smaller ones come up that are hitting the bait, but they're not getting the hook. But no monsters yet, but they've all been nice fish. Trying to see my phone. I got a mad glare. Definitely hasn't been a boring day, Mike. Uh, Fish are feeding pretty good. It's been active. I know there's big fish that frequent this area because of the stumps and the creek channels, and a lot of big blues and a lot of big flathead up in here because of the cover and the rocks. So kind of still holding out, hoping to catch a big one. But even if I don't catch a big one, it's been a good day. How did 2.0 do, Mike? I know he was going live, but I was coming out here, so I missed it. Him and his wife. I've been out here, so I didn't really get to watch 2.0 yet. I was wanting to because I knew he had his wife with him today, and it was either stay home and watch the live streams or come out here and fish. And I came out and fished. I got to watch a little bit of Eric Burnside before I came out, but Mark was just fixing to go live as I left the house. He got two and his wife got one, 3 to 5 pounds. Well, I'm glad his wife got one. I love watching the wives go out with the husbands and stuff and fish. And yeah, I don't really eat much. I'm not into the snacks while I fish. I bring me something to drink, and as long as I got something to drink, I'm good. Now, when my wife's with me, we will definitely have snacks. You ain't taking her nowhere without her snacks. I missed the bite on that rod. Something hit it pretty good. It had lots of slack in it, but it hadn't come back for it. It didn't hook up. I'm going to give it a little bit before I try and check the bait. When that would be awesome. You don't have a lot of bait fishing tournaments. I'm trying to get more active in the virtual tournaments and the talk shows. But for the past 2 months, our internet has been so whacked out that I can't keep signal. It like kicks me off the tower all the time. And I called them and we argued with them, and then they're like, "Yeah, we got a problem," and they gave me a work order. Well, now when you call them, they're like, "We're aware of the problem, but they still haven't fixed it." And $80 a month for the last 2 months, and I can't use my internet. Sometimes I have to use the hotspot on my phone to even watch the talk shows or the live streams because my Wi-Fi won't stay hooked up. And I'm out in the country, so I don't really have a whole lot of options. But need them to fix their tower, or at least let me go out there with the ohm meter and try and figure out what's going on so I can have my internet back. Yeah, Lynn, I don't know who I was talking to the other day about the lake being froze completely over. And they're like, is it thick enough to fish off of? And I said, I don't know. I didn't check. He just had another bite. I don't know if they're short hitting it or if something's swimming into the line. Because both those two rods have been knocked loose and got slack in them, but nothing's loaded the rod up yet. I'll move out of y'all's way. Maybe I'll see. That seagull has been hanging out over here. I throwed some of that shad tail and that piece of bait I took off and freshened up over there for him. And he come down, sat there and ate it. He just now moved off across the water. This same spot, when my kids were little, I brought them out here and we had a young raccoon come down here and they fed that raccoon pizza and stuff. And from that day on, every time we come down here, that raccoon knew my car. And as soon as we pulled up, he would meet us at the spot. So we had a raccoon for a fishing buddy for a while. I can't see. Hey, great outdoors. Guys, I don't want to block your view of the rod, but I have to get on this side to where I can even see the chat. There's such a glare. That wind. We're actually lucky to be able to get this spot where I can keep the phone inside the vehicle and be able to go live. Because if I wouldn't have got this spot, I don't know if I'd have found another spot where I could have got you out of the wind and I went live. Great outdoors. I'm glad you made it in. I have no more shad, so not for you. You're gonna have to wait. kind of crazy. The sun's out over here, just shining bright, and the moon's up over here. It's going to be almost a full moon. We're going to have a bright moon tonight. I got the sun on this side and the moon on that side. Lynn, upper 50s is good. I think it was 54 here today. Yesterday, when my wife wanted me to take her fishing, it was 70. It really helped melt the ice off the lake. Hey, Stan, how you doing? Good to see you in here. Sorry I got such a glare. I have to lean in to kind of shade it to where I can see what's going on. I can barely see the chat. I can't even see my screen. Today would have been a beautiful day if it wasn't for this awful wind. Stan, I'm glad to see you got your new phone and you're back. Everyone was missing you, and when you'd come into chat or something on your wife's phone, we didn't know if it was you or her. This wind is crazy. Yeah, we definitely missed you, Stan. I know I need a haircut. Let's see if I can get my wife to cut my hair tonight when I get home. Due for a haircut and a shave. 65 in Virginia right now. I think I've already caught like 4 or 5, Stan. I've missed a bunch of others. Uh, I kind of lost count. It's about 54 today here, but I've got 30 to 40 mile an hour north winds that are trying to blow me out of here. Yesterday was a beautiful day. I was supposed to take my wife fishing, but I ended up working on my daughter's water pipe. It took me about 3 days to get all her pipes fixed. Every time I fixed one, another one would bust. And so I didn't get to take her fishing yesterday. So I was not her favorite person last night. I come fishing today and she won't come out in the wind and the cold. So we've caught nothing great big, but we've caught nice fish. And she said she was tired and she might lay down because she didn't sleep good last night. I kind of hope she did. She sees that I was catching these fish today and I didn't take her yesterday. It might get her heated up again. Yeah, Stan, we just barely got the ice off the water now. Most of the snow is melted. There's still some shaded spots. You'll see a little bit. The ice is gone. And we got rain and stuff coming in. She said for about the next 3 days. I didn't get a chance to look, but today may have been my only chance to get out and fish. So even though we had the extremely high winds and stuff, I still come out. I knew it was probably going to be my only shot. I've been locked up in that house for about 2 weeks because of the ice and the snow. I was ready to fish. Man, I just, yeah, we definitely got to get Mike fish. I know a lot of guys have started making me a moderator on their channel, and I've been trying to learn how to share out links. Mike Turner and Becca spit them out like nobody's business, and they're great with the links. And I still haven't figured out how to share the link. For now, I'll just have to squish the tool. Got rain coming Saturday and Sunday, but still supposed to be warm. Yeah, Stan, that's kind of what I'm wondering here. Uh, After that ice over, and it's just now thawed out, and every one of these fish I've caught today, Stan, I've been feeding on that shad keel. They're just blown up, just stuffed to the gill. And if we get some rain, even though it's going to rain, if it's a warm rain, it'll help bring these water temperatures back up, and you'll start to see the catfish and the crappie pulling up into their spawning areas, and the bite will be on fire. You'll know when the bite's on fire here, guys. You won't see me fishing with 4 rods. I won't be able to keep them in the water. I'll be fishing with 1 rod, and most of the time you have to hold it in your hand because they just hit that quick. I was playing with that slack back there. I just kept dragging that bait. It's covered in mud where they've been buried. Nice one. Look how fat they are. I don't know if y'all can really see that. That fish is just bloated. They're feeding like nobody's business. All right, buddy. Thank you so much. Time for you to go back. We'll get another piece of bait. Get him back out there. Hey, Zachary, how you doing? And get the bait out there and see what happens. Caught him on that head piece. Like I say, the bite hadn't been on fire today, but the bite has been steady. We've caught fish all day long since we've been here. So can't really complain about that. They may not be monsters, but they're fish, and it's a lot better than not. Yeah, thanks. That I'm just glad I'm out fishing again. After being locked up in the house with that ice and stuff, it really made it rough. Yeah, Stan, every one of these fish I caught today have just been plumb blown up fat like that. They are eating good. You know that ice we had and stuff, and that caused that little bit of shad kill, and I guess it turned our feeding bags on. And we get that rain and that water temperature up, uh, man, the fish in here is gonna come alive. I just hope I can get some days without that high wind to where I can fish and video. It is not easy to video in 40 to 30 to 40 mile an hour wind. There's campgrounds just across from me. Uh, Last time I was over there, they didn't have them open yet, but you can also go in there during the day and stuff and fish. And it opens up right to the main lake. And a lot of times there's a lot of good fish caught over there. Kind of comes off the main lake, this short bottleneck, and then it opens up. One cove goes back in there, one cove goes back in here and splits into two creeks. So, and fish really like to travel this. And there's a swimming area over on that other cove, but this over here is mostly stumps and shell rock. Lots and lots of cover for the fish. You will snag up and you will break off, but there are fish here, and big fish swim over in here. They love this cover. And uh, the main lake is just right out there. They got access to the deep water and the dam. I am about 2 miles south or 2 miles north of the Eureka Lake Dam, which is actually the end of the lake. I'm trying to read this phone. I can't see. Guys, I'm sorry if I miss anything in chat. I can't hardly see this. Hey, Alan, how you doing? Glad to see you made it in. I was thinking as it got closer to dark, this wind might lay down, but it hadn't showed any signs of letting up yet. It's really been a beautiful day though, other than the wind. Got the seagulls in here, the little diving ducks are working in the water. I've had stuff to watch even if the fish wouldn't have been biting. I wonder. No, it was an idea. I thought about using my sun visor to try and block some of that sun off where I could see. It won't come over that far. It was a good idea. I need to figure out a way to shade the camera so the sun, so I can see the chat. Doesn't really help when you're old and can't see anyway. Did all y'all guys catch Roger's show last night where he covered the Fishing for Freedom tournament? I think that's a great tournament, a great cause, and for everyone to come out and show support for it and try and get the word out and stuff, I think is really great. Uh, I love the way the catfish community rallies together and tries to help each other and supports these different charities and tournaments, and it's great to see everyone be a part of that. I know I want to get me some of them Patriot Games floats ordered before spring because, man, I would love to try them for flathead with on them. I think they would work great. Even in the summer when I'm fishing at night. I can't even see. Yeah, Mike Turner, I understand. I worked nights for years. I'll be glad when that sun goes down a little bit more to where I can see my phone. I can't hardly even see the cat. I have to get in front of it and block it. And then y'all can't see the rods. Rods are really what y'all's here to see. My negative mug. Guess I could have brought my laptop or something and set it in a seat where I could have covered it and seen the cat. I was too excited. My wife told me I could go fishing. I jumped up, got in the vehicle, and I was gone. I didn't ask questions or look around or put any thought into anything. After being cooped up so long and then 3 days of torture on my daughter's house, I was ready to get away. My wife says the house is quiet when I'm gone, but I can't really imagine. You think she would miss the quality time and educational conversation? Yeah, Central Valley, I was not wasting time. I was going. That sun is bright and it's reflecting off that water. By the time I look at my rods and look at my phone, I can't even see the phone. It's blinded. And I don't know why. I never think to grab my sunglasses or anything. I don't even unload my rods anymore. I just leave them loaded up to where if it even looks like I might get to go fishing, all I got to do is jump in and go. I knew I was supposed to take her Tuesday, so I went out Monday and caught the fresh bait Monday evening. And when I didn't get to take her Tuesday, I already had my bait for today. I can't wait for warm weather to where I can get her out here with me. She just can't do that cold and that wind. Her fibromyalgia kills her. I'm ready to get her out here and get her on some fish. She don't care, big or small. She will catch them all. She has a blast. She has a love for fish. And if one pecks her hook and gets the bait off, she will sit there all day and keep going back to that one spot till she catches that fish. She does not give up. I'm gonna step over here to the other side, guys, to where I can see the rock. Trying to get that sun out of my eyes. Over here, I can kind of tilt my head a little bit and use the bill of my hat. Come on, fishes. Still waiting for that one big one. I know they travel in here all the time, so it could happen any moment. Got a lot of nice ones today, but I would still like to get a big 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 big. Guys, I hope that sun's not too bright. Can y'all still see? Hey, Mike Costello. Hey, Uncle Josh. How are y'all doing? Sorry, guys, I can't really see the phone unless I shade it to where I can read chat. Guys, I can't hardly see chat, so if I miss anybody, I'm sorry. I want to thank everyone for coming in. See, Uncle Josh made it. move so I can see. Guys, is that sun too bright? Can y'all still see the rods and everything? Hi, Fins and Pal. How you doing? Thanks for coming in. There's a fish. Get this rod here. Didn't get the bait. Hold on it a couple of times. Off the slack. Keep it short in it. Keep pulling hard enough. I want to go ahead and bring it in and check the bait. He didn't get the bait, but since I got it in, I'm gonna put a fresh piece on. Might as well put fresh bait on. I got plenty of bait. I ain't no need taking a chance of a rod sitting out there with no bait. not know everything, guys, but I do know you have a better chance of catching a fish if you got bait on the hook. For the last part of the news. Nope, Uncle Josh, you sure can't. That fish hit, but he didn't get my bait. But it never hurts to reel it in after you get a bite and make sure you still got bait on there. And I've got plenty of good fresh bait, so I went ahead and freshened it up and put fresh bait on it. Throwed it back out there. I know you don't have to. I've seen lots of guys like Justin, kayak cat fishing, use the same piece of bait over and over. But up there with like have fresh bait and fresh scent. Let's see if that was a miss. Y'all see that broad dirt? That one got a bump, but he didn't commit the second rod right there. As long as I got fresh bait, I'll put fresh bait on there. Even if I still have the bait after catching the fish, I'll change it out. Anything I can do to improve my odds and my chances of catching a fish, I'm gonna try it. Man, I can't see that phone. Hey, Sharp TV, thanks for coming in. I wonder if that one was something swimming into that line because it just hit real hard and let loose, it knocked the slack in the line, and it hadn't come back. That's one thing about this spot. It's got deep water, and a lot of times if the fish are up shallow, they'll swim into your line uh, down in the water. Yeah, fishy, fishy, fishy. Come on. Good. Oh, that sun's blinding me. I can't even see. Switch the camera in the StreamYard to front facing. Then you can stand behind the phone facing the sun. Yeah, fins and fouls. North wind is blowing here real bad too. About 35, 40 mile an hour. I'm gonna see if I can move this camera, guys, and see if I can help with some of the glare. That's not really helping any. Growing up, you fished every single day, Becca? Hey, Chad, I didn't see you come in, buddy. Thanks for dropping by. I would like to catch a couple of more before it's gone. I've always been outdoors. I love to hunt and fish, and where I find my peace, and it calms me, lets me clear my head. Yeah, fins and fowl. I lost count on how many we've caught, but we've definitely caught some today. We had two within the first 20 minutes of being here, and it hadn't been on fire, but we've had bites steadily throughout the day. We've caught some, we've missed a bunch. Uh, I'm not sure if they're short hitting the bait and just not getting the hook, which is highly possible. But every one of them that we've caught uh, has just been about to explode. They've ate so much. I'm going to step over here, let y'all see the rods a little bit more. know this fresh cut shad has done the trick today. I thought maybe after all that ice and stuff, the fishing would have been real slow today. Got a north wind, strong north wind. I wasn't really expecting a lot to happen today. It's been a good day. We haven't caught any monsters, but we've caught fish steady all day. Uh, Been missing fish. Everyone we've caught has just been super, super healthy. So you tell after that cold weather, though, before the front, they bit more aggressive, and I wasn't catching them that were covered in mud. And after that ice storm and everything, uh, the ones that I've caught today have all had that mud where they've been buried down in the mud. That tells me they're starting to come up out of that mud and start to look for food, and they're feeding. We get that wind to calm down and get it back out of the south. Uh, there's a lot of places I want to try. It's still a little early, but we're just right on the verge of the fishing being on fire. It's going to be a good time. Yeah, fins and fowl. We definitely had some shad and some perch that died that got frozen in the ice. And I guess when it defrosted, that shad sunk. And then perch and these fish are just plumb full. It's been a long time since it's froze in Oklahoma like that. You've had a shad kill. And I was kind of curious. I didn't really know how the fish were going to react. And as of right now, today, I'm fishing in probably the worst possible conditions I can fish. And it has been a very good, productive day. Uh, what's the biggest fish caught out of here? I don't really know that, Lynn. Uh, Me personally, I have caught fish over 100 pounds out of here. Uh, I don't know what the largest fish is. This lake has lots of huge fish in it, uh, in several species like the striper, the catfish, the largemouth bass, walleye, crappie, saugeye, huge carp, uh, alligator gar. It's got drum. It's got buffalo. This lake is really loaded with fish. Yeah, fins and fowl. I had never known what that shad kill was going to do and affect the fish. I wasn't really expecting much when I come out here today, and it's really been a learning experience for me fishing after the shad kill, seeing how these fish have bit. They're more a slower bite. They're not as aggressive. They don't fold the rod over like they were before. But seeing their bellies swell plumb full with food, they are definitely not letting go away. So, and that spring feed is just around the corner. So if we can get some warm weather in here and get this water temperature up, it's really going to trigger them, and they're going to feed even more aggressively, and it will be some fantastic fishing. Yeah, Lynn, definitely come down, man. Uh, this is a huge lake. Like I say, it covers 3 counties, and they're all over in here. This lake is plumb loaded. It's fed by Little Beaver and Big Beaver Creek, and it's just a great fishery. Yes, Uncle Josh. Uh, there are some huge catfish in here, and a lot of them don't get reported. So I don't really know how you could find out what the biggest one is. I guess you could Google Eureka Lake on and find out what their largest recorded fish are. I know at the marina here they used to go in and weigh the fish, and but the lakes went down, they were dry, all that went, all the local stores and stuff closed. They used to have bragging boards and stuff in there. Uh, but guys run jugs out here. They run trot lines out here. Uh, you can fish with rod and reel. There are a lot of big fish caught out of this body of water. And this on this one lake, you have you can catch channel cat, you can catch blue cat, you can catch flathead, all in the same body of water. It's got all 3 species. I know I'm going to try and get another set of digital scales and start carrying them with me because that way, when we get into the bigger fish, and we will get into the bigger fish, uh, especially this spring, I can weigh them for y'all. Yeah, Oklahoma has some big fish in it. A lot of these lakes like this, uh, most people don't pay attention to. That's like the creeks around here. They come right out of the Red River. And when the creeks come up, all them fish come out of Red River up that fresh flowing water, and you can go fish the creek. He's not big. We got him. He's not a big one, but like I said, he is just butterball fat. Look at the belly on that fish. I mean, my hands are huge, and you can see that. This fish is just loaded. They are so full. And every one of them's been just gorged like this. All right, beautiful. Hey, Roger. Thanks for coming in. Yeah, like I say, we're not catching monsters, but we've been catching fish like that all day. And man, they are so full you wouldn't think they'd be able to eat anymore, but they are still going at it. I'm gonna get a new piece of bait on here, guys. Get this out. We got new bait on there, and we're ready to go. Night, Mike Turner. Thanks for coming in again. Yeah, guys, this lake is plumb loaded with fish that either size fish like that, and they're just covered up in here. And like I say, there's fish in here that go over 100 pounds. So you just never know anytime uh, the rod bends what you're going to end up with. That's why 8/0 circle hooks are the smallest I use. You never know what's going to be on the other end. I hear drag in my dreams. Yeah. I know spring is coming, uh, and that has my flathead addiction fired up because I know come spring they're going to be coming out of that winter pattern, and they're going to be feeding, and gets me really excited. Even the blue cats will start putting their feed bags on and come out and start bulking up. You see how fat these fish are that I'm catching today, and I think that's just from that shad field. They are not letting it go to waste. The crazy thing is, they're that bloated and that full of fish, and they're still biting. Gosh, I really wouldn't know. Uh, I don't weigh a whole lot of fish anymore. Uh, Need to get a set of scales to start down here. Uh, Most of your flatheads are going to average anywhere from 40 to 80 pounds, and your blues, uh, most of the time, uh, you catch them from 2 pounds on up to over 100 pounds. Yeah, I definitely want to get another set of scales so I can start weighing and keeping records. Even the ones I catch now, I haven't even weighed. I just estimate them and turn them back. I know a lot of the fish I probably said was 20 pounds were bigger than 20 pounds, but I just guesstimated. And guys, I'm not sure what that was. I don't know if that was a gar or if that is something up here uh, on these shad pieces I've been throwing in the water here, right at the water's edge. But it wasn't but about 6 foot off the edge of the water, and it was about 7 or 8 foot long. It may have a big alligator gar over there. I could see it break water up here all the way down to the other end of my lawn. It's just cruising. Rod got hit at the same Sorry, guys. Uh, wasn't paying attention to my battery, and I thought I still had it plugged in, and I had a bite on both outside rods. And when I turned around, my phone was powering off. But I got it plugged back in, and uh, everything's good to go again. I don't know if y'all caught that before it shut off on me, but I seen a fish swimming about 6 foot off the bank, a big fish, and I had a bite on both outside rods, and then it went dead. So that was my bad, guys. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm back. I had repacking everything in the car, and I had the charger plugged right in, and and all the excitement with the fish, I guess I unplugged it and did not realize it was unplugged. So my battery on my phone died. That was a little bit of excitement. First, I had a bump on this rod. Then that rod, it knocked the slack back into me. Then I turned around and my phone powered off. Oh, sorry, guys. I had to get a drink. Hey, Hooks and Hammock. Uh, I forgot how many fish we've caught. Uh, no big ones, but we are definitely catching nice fish, and they are definitely feeding good. And you missed my battery going dead on my phone because I thought I had it plugged in and I didn't. I keep waiting for you to get on them. I know you've been putting in a lot of time on the water. I've been watching the live streams, and it's just been some rough fishing up there in Indiana for you. Hey, Fins and Fines. Got plenty of fish today. What we're trying to wait for is we're trying to catch the big one. I know fish in here, and that's what I'm waiting for. I'm just trying to get that one big one before we call it a go. I probably got about an hour of daylight left, sun, and we're gonna see what happens. I know the temperature is definitely starting to cool off, and that 30 to 40 mile an hour north wind is ripping. But I'm a diehard, and I'm gonna stay out here as long as I can just to see what'll happen. trying to quit smoking, and I keep a bunch of candy at the house to try. And before I left, my wife packed me a little candy bag and stuck some suckers and stuff in my coat pocket. Later, Tubby guys. Thanks for stopping in. Come on, you goofy phone. Back again, guys. I don't know what happened. My phone went retarded on me. Said Android stopped working and restarted itself. I don't know what it did. Uncle Josh, I hope you're not calling me the teacher, because if you're expecting me to teach y'all something, we're all lost. Yeah, it's an Android, Uncle Josh. I tried the iPhones. I do not like them. Uh, Hooks and hammock, cut shad, fresh cut shad. Illinois fishing, yeah. Uh, I lost count. I don't know how many we've caught, but we definitely been catching fish. It's been steady all day. No monsters, but all nice fish, and a lot better than being stuck at the house like I have for about 2 weeks with the ice and the snow. So I was finally able to get out and not having to work on my daughter's water pipes that were busted. And yesterday was a perfect day. It was up to 70. I was supposed to bring my wife fishing yesterday, and I ended up still having to work on my daughter's water pipes all day. And my wife was not happy with me, but I had to take care of the daughter and the grandbabies. And today the wind's been blowing about 30 to 40 mile an hour out of the north. It's been about 50 degrees, but that wind has cooled it off. The wind is finally starting to lay a little right now. And I got to come out and we've had a good day fishing. I wasn't really expecting much. We just got the ice and stuff off the lakes, and there was a shad kill. And so far, every one of these fish have just been about ready to explode. They're eating so much. I'm in southern Oklahoma, Fins and Fines. I'm about 30 minutes north of the Texas border and Red River. I could jump on 70 and go right in and go into Wichita Falls. Where I could go in the back way. I think that's Byers. Illinois Fishing, I'm using StreamYard. StreamYard's the one I use. I know StreamYard only gives you 20 hours a month free. Streamlabs, I believe, is unlimited, but I have not done the Streamlabs yet. And StreamYard has been easy to use, and I've had good luck with it. So I'm actually thinking about buying the subscription to StreamYard. That way I can do more lives. Because the weather's fixing to be nice, and 20 hours is not really that much time. You can burn through 20 hours pretty quick. We're able to take some of that slack out of that line where it had that big bow loading our line, so that's kind of nice. I know Has Life. Oh, there goes my phone again, guys. Guys, I'm going to have to end this stream. This thing keeps crashing. I'm sorry, but we'll get back out and try this again. Thanks everyone for being here.